Okay, I think I'm live. So this one was, this stream wasn't really planned. Well, it was planned, but I wasn't sure when it was going to happen, so it was at a very late stage. But hopefully the stream is up now, and it should all be working. I'm not too sure. Currently not much is happening. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm live. So, let me just check that my mic is making sound, which it is. That's good. Yeah, let me just... Yeah, we've been live for 2 minutes. Wow, didn't think it was quite 2 minutes, but sure. So, what I'm going to be doing in this stream is I'm going to be working on the Agitator, and then maybe, depending on how long that takes, I might start work on recipes for the Electrolyzer, since that is pretty much done now, except for recipes. So, I'm going to have to delete a lot of code, but that's fine. So, I can completely delete this onBlock activated method, actually, apart from maybe, we'll keep that if statement there, and just make sure we turn success here. Okay, and then we can create a tile, and so yeah, what I'm going to basically do is I'm going to have to create a GUI for this, probably render some more fluids as well, which should be okay. It shouldn't be as bad this time. Okay, and then I think we can just do network hooks .open GUI, and we can just cast here our player to the server player. For the container, we can just cast our tile to an I-named container provider, and we'll just put in the pos as well, and then we'll return success. And we do need to check that the world is not remote. We don't want to do this client side, so world is not remote. There we go. Okay, we can get rid of this, right? Yep, I think so. We don't need that. What are we extending here? Base horizontal block, which extends what? Block. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, okay, that should be good. I don't know why we're doing this. We don't really want it to light up when it's processing, so I am going to remove that. And in fact, we don't even want a state for when it's processing. We don't want anything to really happen regarding that, so we can just completely remove that. There's better ways that we can detect if it's running or not. Okay, let's go into the tile entity, and here is where we're going to wipe a lot, I think. So here we have a fluid stack handler, which should just extend. Yeah, that extends fluid stack handler. So this is something I did create at some point. I think it was basically just a copy of item stack handler, pretty much. No, I must have got it from somewhere. Not sure. So we have our agitator fluid stack handler. It works pretty well. I think. We do just need to change some stuff here. So currently it stores 6 tanks which all have a capacity of 1. I believe that's 1 bucket, but that might be 1 millibuckets. I'm not sure. I suppose we could probably see if we look here. It might be. So that's probably from iMultitank. So if we look, drain, no, okay, it's not from here. It might be from iFluid handler. Get tank capacity, maximum fluid amount. Okay, so I think that's in millibuckets then. So we actually want to set it to 1000. There we go. And then we create our handler. Okay, I'm going to completely remove this tick method. Actually, no, I'm not going to remove it. So get handler does what? That returns the handler. Okay, I'm just going to have to look through this code for a while because I haven't really looked into this for a while. So what else do we do? We check if the fluid is valid. Which, yeah, that's fine. Okay, and here we have the recipes. So the only issue I have with these recipes here is it works completely based on my own sort of JSON thing. So I think I might completely remove this. I don't even know if this recipe loads correctly. I think it does actually. So we can actually check here, is valid recipe. So I think I have a recipe. Let's see what that is. So data, Turty chemistry, agitator. We have our test here. So basically water and lava should theoretically give us brine. I suppose we can just test this here. So we'll have to create a GUI real quick. So implements, already implements, I named container provider. Where's our create menu? Right there. Okay, so I assume we don't have a screen. Let's see. Let's go into the container real quick. Okay, so yeah, it has no slots. It's just the basic stuff. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So what we can just do is, well, I suppose we need a GUI, don't we? But I can go into the Electrolyzer and just copy the vanilla inventory slots. So just grab these. Since I'm just going to use a normal like vanilla size for the GUI. We just want another int here, int slot size plus 2. It's obviously 18. Okay, there we go. So let's go into paint.net. Let's create a texture real quick. I don't want to spend too long creating textures and all that. So I'll try to do this quickly. So let's open maybe the... I don't really know how I even want this to look. So it has six inputs, doesn't it? 6 inputs. Okay. Right. Let's go textures, GUI. I'm just trying to think of the best one to input here. So maybe the brewing stand could work if we like switched it around a load, but we would have to change quite a lot. I'm thinking just something kind of simple really. So let's open the blast furnace. I suppose just the furnace, but I mean they're the same, aren't they? Pretty sure they use the exact same texture. So let's just open the furnace. Let's get rid of this right here. And I'm actually going to go ahead into my texture, so GUI. I'm going to get that. I just want to copy this across. Okay, and paste that in there. Hello, coupon code. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's just draw over this slot. Let's grab this slot again and paste it. And we can once again put this down here. So is that in line? I think so. If we're looking here, so that goes down and that goes not quite in the right place, but that's fine. Let's open. What else should we open? Oh yeah, I just want this progress bar up here temporarily so I can know if it's running or not. That's also temporary on this. I should probably note I am going to change that to a proper progress bar, but I'm probably going to have to get someone to make that texture for me, if I'm being perfectly honest, because I can't. So I suppose we can get rid of this. We don't want that because it's not a furnace. Now what we're going to want here is make 6 slots. I'm not really sure how to turn these 2 into 6 and still have it look good. Maybe that would be 4 if I did it like that. So what if I do this? Okay. Let's check here. If I do that and then move it, I think it should get rid of the ground. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that is in line. That's basically all I wanted to know, if it was in line or not. Now, are these ones in line? They're not. They're completely off. Okay, so let's move these over to there. And just fill this in. There we go. And I'm just going to copy this, paste it. Okay, and then I'm going to copy. What GUI is this one for? This one is for the Agitator. So basically what the Agitator is, if people aren't aware, agitators are basically for mixing different things. It's basically a mixer. So yeah, it's going to be for mixing fluids and maybe gases, but I don't really know how that's going to work. Maybe. So yeah, we have our 6 slots. At some point I'm probably going to change these all to well, I'm probably going to have one of these for each. Maybe I'll have like a mini one there or something, one above, one below. I don't know. I want some sort of indicate. Well, no, I suppose it's only going to be one bucket, so we don't really need that. The actual indicator will be visible as a fluid. So I think we have our progress bar there. That should be central, right? I'm just hoping that is central. Let's have a look. So that goes down to there. That is 1/7, and up to here it's 1/7. Okay, so yeah, that is just. Oh wait, no, that's 1/8. Oh no. Wait, this is also 1/8. That's 1/7. Okay, so that's not really symmetrical. So maybe we can move this one up, but then that means it won't be symmetrical when it's processing, but I suppose that's fine. Okay, so these will just be bucket slots. Maybe we could do a bucket texture in there. No, because then that won't... Oh, God. Yeah, okay, we'll leave it like that for now. This is just a temporary texture, probably. Anyways, so let's go into GUI. What is this mod going to be? This is... Well, I mean, it's in the name. I mean, it's a chemistry mod. So it's about chemistry, mostly just machines, at least at the moment, but I am thinking of doing well, I am going to at some point add just like lab experiment sort of things rather than all completely industrialized. So maybe you start off with lab experiments and then you kind of progress to the industrialized, but I'm doing the industrialized first because it's more fun, if I'm being perfectly honest. I actually need that back open. I don't know why I closed that. Also, I suppose this should extend inventory tile, so that yeah, it can extend inventory tile. And that will have 7 slots. And we actually probably need to change this to get fluid handler. Like that. Yeah, there as well. And there. Because we also have an item handler as well. So we can just call here super.getCapability. Okay. We don't need to do this when we mark dirty, so I can actually completely remove that mark dirty method. We can remove these update methods because these are already happening, and this one's happening already as well. Where's our read and write? So we have our read there, our write there. Let's have this down there. Now handler here, this is our fluid handler. I think the issue we might have, did we call this handler somewhere? So we do have a handler in here, but it is protected, and it's not in here, right? It is. Okay, so what we might want is to actually call this fluid handler as well, to make sure that we're using the right handler. Because we don't want to use the inventory handler for fluids. That would just be kind of weird. Stop fluid handler. Anywhere else we're talking about the fluid handler? No. Okay. That's good. This can actually be this dot optional. This dot optional. Oh, I accidentally put. Oh no, 7 is fine. Yeah, 7's fine. Okay, yeah, we can close that now. Let's go into our... Yeah, we've got to open back up our container again. And we've got to open that texture again. So, paint.net. Oops. Agitator. Let's get these slot indexes. So we can actually do some for loops here. We could probably loop through all of them just with 2 loops. But I think let's just No, I suppose we can loop through both of them. So let's do int row. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Int column is equal 0. Column is less than 3. Column plus plus. Or maybe we do. Maybe we should. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do int row is equal 0. Row is less than 2. Row plus plus. Okay, and we can just create an int here. We can make it a final int. That's fine. And we can call this maybe I don't know. What can we call it? For now, I suppose I'll just call it top to bottom. And that will be, let's check how many pixels it is. Well, it's actually going to be, well, no, it's going to be from here, so all the way down to there. That is 34. So top to bottom it is 34. Column is vertical, row is horizontal. Yeah, I know that. That's fine. And then we can do this. Dot add slot, a new agitator slot. Since we're going to want a class so we can determine if it's a bucket or not. Now that will take in this .tile entity, .inventory, .get inventory. Then for the index, it will be, oh yeah, zoom in, there we go. I always forget about that, because I always zoom out after the stream, because I find it easier to code like that, but I forget that when you are streaming it's a lot smaller. So yeah, I keep forgetting about that. It is good that you reminded me early on rather than later on. So let's create this agitator slot class so that we can get rid of this error, because that will just annoy me otherwise. This is just a slot item handler, so we extend that. We can override is item valid, and I think we can do stack.get item is instance of bucket item for now. I'm probably going to want a better system for that at some point, but for now that will work fine. Okay, so then the index, let's think about this for the index. What we can do, can we just do like column plus row? No, that's not going to work. Column times row, or I'm just trying to think about this. Column times 3 plus row. So if it's 1, that would make it 3. No, that won't work. Or will it? No, that won't work. Okay. Maybe row times 3 plus column? No. Math. Why does math have to do me like this? Okay, let's look at maybe what might I have looped on. I can probably copy it off the silo, maybe. So it's 9 plus row times 9 plus column. So what I might be able to do is do 3 times 3 plus row times 3 plus column. maybe. Just gonna have to check it goes. Okay, that goes row column. Okay, yeah, we can do that. We can go row column too. There you go. And then the X position will be, we need a start X here, so let's just move this down. Okay, and then the final int inv start X is equal, and a final int inv start Y is equal. And we can also just make these final as well, because these are never going to change. Okay, there we go. Let's just get these values. So the start X and the start Y, basically going to be this pixel right there. So that is 8 and 17. Okay, so what we can do here is start X plus slot size plus 2. No, column times slot size plus 2. Not start X, inv start X plus column. Okay, and then the Y will be inv start Y plus row times top to bottom, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll work. Okay, let's just call this Agitator inventory. Okay, let's close those. Now we do have an error in the renderer. So what I tried to do here was actually render it, but it didn't work. So there is a fluid block renderer, but I don't think that's quite what we want to render a fluid. I couldn't quite get it to work. I don't think. No, I didn't get it to work. Or maybe I didn't bind it. Let's have a look. Did I bind it? Client utils. No, not client utils. Client mod event bus. I did bind it. So yeah, that didn't work. So temporarily I am just going to remove this. And just call the super, of course. We can't call the super. Okay, maybe the super is abstract or something. Okay, close that. Don't need that for now. Let's go in here and do the screen manager. Screen manager dot register factory, and that can be a container type init dot agitator dot get, and then agitator screen colon new. Hello AG6, welcome to the stream. I don't know why I have a logger in here. Can this go? It can go. That's nice. Okay, let's go and create this screen class really quickly. So this should be a really simple screen. if we're being realistic. So let's go Agitator screen. Okay, this is going to extend container screen, and that takes in our Agitator container. We need to add the constructor, of course. We need to set this.gui left to 0, set this.gui top to 0. Then we need to set the X size. Wait, no, was it X size? Yeah, X size. It was X size. To, if we check here, X size to 176 and 166. I should have known that actually, but I didn't. There we go. And then we want to call the background method, the foreground method, and the render method. And this one is the mouse X, then it is the mouse Y, then it is the partial ticks, and just called super.render, mouse X, mouse Y, partial ticks. And before that we can call this.render background. You can see that I've done this so many times, like I literally know it off by heart at this point. And then this.render hover tooltip, render hover tooltip, mouse X, mouse Y. Okay, in the background we want to call render system dot color 4f. That takes in 1.0f, 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 and you guessed it, 1.0f. And then what do we call? Oh no, I've forgotten. Oh yeah, we call get Minecraft dot get texture manager dot bind texture, and that's going to need to take in a texture, of course. So private static final resource location texture is equal to a new resource location. That will take in our mod ID, of course. And then just a simple path. That does remind me we need to refresh to get that texture. So now we can just put that in. Wait for it to finish loading. There we go. And then we can go back to our client mod event bus. There we go, close that. Then we can call client utils.blit. That takes in this, this.gui left, this.gui top, 0, 0, this.x size, and this.y size. There we go. And we are also going to want to blit this progress bar as well. So let's just grab the upper left of this. So that is right there, 79 and 35. So we can just basically call another blit this.gui left plus, wait, what was it? 75 and 79 and 35. And then the texture X, if we see here, the top left is 176 and 0, 0, and then it is the width and height, which is 24 and 17. There we go, so that will blit this progress bar Okay. In the foreground, we want to render the titles. Actually, that is something it just reminded me of. We want to render that in here too. Oh wait, we are rendering that in here. In that case, I can just copy it from here. That'll save me some time, won't it? In fact, it probably will need rendering at the exact same positions. So that might help me even more. Right? Let's see, where do we want to render this title? Maybe there? So that's 8 and 5. Okay, so slightly different. Wait, no, that's the player inventory. There you go, 8 and 5. Wait, no, 8 and 4. Wait, no. 8 and 5 is right. Now I'm confused. 7 and 5. There we go. And then for the player inventory, that's probably fine. If I had to guess. So maybe there? No, a bit lower down than that. Say there. 7 and 74. 7, 74. Okay, that's great. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we need to render the fluid, which is easy peasy. So we can draw fluids. Draw fluids. Now, yeah, that should be fine, actually. We can grab our agitator tile entity. Tile is equal this dot container dot tile entity. Oh, tile. Wow. We don't have the tile entity in here. No, we do. Oh, we made it private. Okay, there we go. The tile entity. Why are you not? What are you doing? You're a madman. What are you doing? Okay, there we go. It wasn't letting me press Control Space. It was doing some weird stuff. Don't know what that's about. Okay, and then we can probably get fluid handler. Dot. Get fluid in tank. Tank 6. I think. So we have 6 tanks. Now, is the last tank going to be 5 or is the last tank going to be 6? I think it's going to be 6. Hold up. I've got to check this. I don't know why I'm looking at screens. That's not going to help me. Let's go in here and see where we use it. So we set this to free, but we never get it from free, right? We always get it from 2. So yeah, it's actually going to be 5. That will be the last fluid. So fluid stack fluid is equal that, and then we can just call client utils dot. I suppose we're actually going to want to go ahead and get that from our electrolyzer, because I'm not going to be able to recall exactly how that looks. So electrolyzer screen. Okay. I'm actually going to copy the whole thing, but obviously we're going to want to remove a lot of it. Okay. So we can just have one X position, which is going to be right here. So that is 154 and 13. And 13. Okay, that's the correct Y position. And the width and height should be fine. It gets it from the texture. That's fine. Then we can just rename this to height. int, I suppose this will be scaled height. I should probably make this a utility method rather than having to copy it every single time, but it should be fine. So what this is going to want to do, let's think about this. Also, that we can change that to H there. We're going to want to have a different amount in that last slot. We're basically going to want we're going to want the last, basically the last tank to be able to hold more. Or do we? Maybe we don't. In which case we can just go ahead and do fluid hello Just Doom stuff, welcome to the stream. Fluid.getAmount divided by let's just make that a float. Can we get the max? No, we might have to maybe go ahead and do tile.getFluidHandler.get capacity 5. Okay. Then we only want to draw one of these, so we can get rid of the other ones. This is going to take in the scaled height and just X there, and then it will take in here the fluid. Okay, then we only want to draw one of these, and that will be X. Okay. We can just kind of move this all in a bit, make it a bit more cozy. What's this? This is the agitator, mixing fluids. I'm not going to go through it too much in detail because I've already done that several times. And we can actually create this render type in the push matrix and be perfectly fine now. Actually, we don't need it there. We can create it before the buffer. Okay, there we go. Anything else we just want to change here? We don't want that to be modifiable, and we don't want that to be modifiable. And to be honest, we don't need any of these to be modifiable, because they're never going to change. Actually, the height might change. So we'll keep the height like that, and the Y might change now I think of it. Okay, there we go. So, I mean, I think that's it, isn't it? If we're being realistic here. I think so. Issue, small issue, we haven't got any logic for actually mixing the fluids yet. So, let's go into our tile entity here. Common tile entity, agitator. And what we want to do in the tick method is we want to check if it's valid, and, well, I suppose we don't need to check if it's empty, do we? So we want to check if this is empty. Then we do want to loop. But instead of doing that, okay, yeah, let's completely change this. So let's cut that out. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Okay, so let's just remove this tank thing. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so what we want to do in here is we want to check. I suppose we want to loop through all the tanks first. So int tank is equal 0. Tank is less than this dot get handler or get fluid handler dot tanks, get tanks. Oops, I've got to do the tank plus plus. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to, let's just create a fluid stack. So fluid stack fluid is equal this dot get handler, get fluid handler dot get fluid in tank tank. And then if we go to for agitator data recipe in this.get recipes, then we can do recipe dot get input fluid 1, or I suppose we can check valid recipe, right? So is valid recipe, which I think does this for us. So if is valid recipe, then we basically want to clear them. So this dot get fluid handler dot is there like what does drain do? 1 second, we need to check what drain does before we drain them. We want to drain the tank. Max drain 1000 action fluid action dot execute. Okay, so we basically want to actually do that on a boolean. So then we'll create a boolean maybe here. No, we don't need to create it there, we can create it here. Boolean should empty. Wait, do we have an empty method maybe? No, okay. Just thought we might have had an empty method. So here we should say should empty. Oh god. Should empty. Oh my god, why am I so bad at typing? Should empty is equal true. I just want to say it's false up there. And if should empty, then do that. Maybe we don't want to do that for every tank actually. So what we might want to do is actually do that inside of there. That might be smart. So that's always going to be true. So we then don't need that that should empty thing. So if it's valid recipe, it clears them all, and then it does this dot get fluid handler dot fill. We want to fill tank 5 with a now how are we going to get the recipe is the question. We need to get the output of the recipe. Okay, yeah, this isn't going to work. This right here. Or at least not having it in a separate method. That's not going to work. So what we're going to want to do... we first want to check that it's not empty. Okay. Get rid of these return statements here. Wait, this was a return false, right? So here we can just return. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. So for recipe in recipe in get this.get recipes, it will get the fluid from the input fluid, but that's only input fluid 1. So that's not going to work. So once again, I'm going to have to completely change this. So let's create a list. Oh no, we already have a list of recipes. So this is how we get the fluid. Let's copy paste this a few times. Let's call this input 1. Let's call this input 2. Let's call this input 3. Let's call this input 4. Okay, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. How many others do we have? We have input 5. So we can copy that again for 5. And I just realised we also have gases. Not really sure what to do about those. So we have the output fluid here. So fluid output. Let's just get that. And it takes it from a resource location. Okay. So how can we check if it's a valid recipe? What we can do, right, is if let's just create a map here. So map of integer and fluid. Okay, and this will be tank fluid map is equal to maps dot a new hash map. Okay, and here we can put tank fluid map dot put input 1, and that will be 0, and then input 1, and we're just going to do that for all of them. Oh, we also need 6. Wait, no, we don't. Input 2, input. I know this isn't the best way of doing things, and I'm fully aware of that. But I just want to see if this will actually work, is basically my main priority right now. It would probably be better to just put this directly in there. Yeah, let's do that, rather than creating all these fields and then not actually using them. So let's just put these in. Oops. No. Okay. So now we've done that, that will map them. Well, I suppose we should call this a recipe map, right? Recipe map. And we can also make a map for the tank fluid. Tank fluid map. Okay, and then we want to do tank fluid map dot put. We can actually do a loop for these ones a lot better. So for int tank is equal 0, tank is less than this dot get tanks. This dot tanks. Right? Oh, one Okay, I'm back. After a slight incident with my cat having a mouse. I'm tired. I'm very tired now. So yeah, that was a thing. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to get the size, and we can get that from the fluid handler. And then we want to obviously increment that, so tank plus plus. Okay, and then we can put tank fluid map dot put tank and this dot get fluid handler dot get fluid in tank. Initial fluid is not a part. We have to get the fluid. There we go. And then we basically would just want to compare these, right? So, what's the best way to compare two maps? Recipe map dot what's the best way to compare? There must be a way, like a method to compare two maps, right? So maybe there's like a method in the map class. Or maps. No. Okay. Maybe we can just do something as simple as tank fluid map dots equals, maybe? Okay, so compares the specified object with this map for equality. Returns true if the given object is also a map and the two maps represent the same mappings. More formally, two maps M1 and M2 represent the same mappings if M1.entrySet equals M2.entrySet. This ensures the equals method works properly across different implementations of the map interface. So yeah, we should be able to check if the tank map equals the recipe map. And actually, we want to do that apart from the output, right? So, how are we going to do that? We could maybe just store the output instead of putting it in the map. So instead of putting this in the map, like that, we can just put fluids.empty, right? And then that will allow us to do that. And then yeah, so we're already in the fluids. So if it equals it, then we want to go ahead and do let's have an int here, so a private int running time, and we'll also have a private int max running time, and I'm going to set the max to 500, so that can be final. And I'm just going to create a getter for that, so get max running time. This dot max running time, and also get running time. This dot running time, and set running time. Okay, so those are some methods we just create here. So if it equals it, we want to do this dot running time plus plus, or I suppose we actually want to check if this dot running time is less than this dot max running time. Then we want to increment the running time. Now what I'm just going to do down here is do if this dot running time is less than 0, then we want to set the running time to 0, and if this dot max, if this dot running time is greater than this dot max running time, then we set this dot running time to this dot max running time. That'll just make sure it's always within those bounds. And also, if we'll just have another if statement here, if dirty, we want to call this dot mark dirty. So we can just create a boolean at the start of the tick here. Boolean dirty is equal false. Now here we can just set dirty to true. Now if I suppose if this dot running time equals this dot max running time, or is greater than or equal to this dot max running time, then we want to do something like this dot running time is equal 0, and then this dot get fluid handler dot dot drain. Now we want to drain tank 0, or I suppose maybe we should make a method to drain them all. So let's create a public void drain tanks, and I'll just loop for all the tanks. Tank is less than this dot get fluid handler dot get tanks tank plus plus. Then we want to do this dot get fluid handler dot drain. We want to drain the tank. We want to drain it with I don't know, like 10,000 will do. And fluid action dot execute, and that will just drain all the tanks. And then I suppose we only want to drain the ones in the recipe though, don't we? Right? Actually no, I suppose it doesn't matter, because if it has if they're invalid, then it won't run anyways. Now if it doesn't equal it, we want to make sure this dot running time goes back to 0. And here we can just call drain tanks, and then we can call this dot fluid handler dot fill. We want to fill tank 5. We want to change it. We want to fill it with this, and then we want to use fluid action dot execute. and that will just be a new fluid stack, I suppose. And that takes in an amount, right? So that will just be 1000, I suppose. Now, I suppose maybe this should be 1. I'm not really sure. I'll keep it as 1000 for now, but I'm not sure. Okay, I think that should work. And we do just want to set here dirty to true. And I suppose there we want to set it to true as well. So we can really just set it to true there. And that will always mark dirty correctly. I suppose we don't need this dirty, we just need to mark dirty at the end of the method anyways, no matter what. Because it's pretty much... no, it's not though, it's not. That's a lie. Because we're going to need to set it to true here as well. And there. Just like that. Set it to true there, and set it to true there. So basically set it to true in most places, if we're being perfectly honest. No, we don't really want to set it to true there. Because that means it's just going to set to true every tick anyways. So we don't need to do that really. Or I suppose we can. Yeah, we can do that. And we don't need to set it to dirty, that should be fine. It should be relatively safe to do. Okay, so I think that's it, right? Let's try it. There's only one way to find out if it's going to work, and that's by trying it. So, let's have a look. My mouse wheel is very loud. Okay. Hopefully this will work, but I have a feeling it's not going to work, to be honest. So yeah, we can hope. We can hope. Just make it a bit bigger. Bigger. I said bigger. Why are you not making it bigger? There we go, it made it bigger. Nice. There we go. Let's go single player. Let's just load into here. Now it's probably going to crash, if we're being perfectly honest here. There's a very high chance it's going to crash. If it doesn't crash, I'll be very surprised. If it doesn't crash, there's a 100% chance it's not going to work. Because things never work first try. In fact, I would be surprised if even the GUI opens, if I'm being perfectly honest. So let's go here. Let's go to the Agitator. Let's place it down. Oh. Right. That's interesting. So now I see why I added that method. Okay, well I'm not going to change that just for a second. And yep, it did crash. Okay, what a surprise. So slot 7 not in valid range, 0, 7. Right, because I need to make it say that it has 8. Don't I? Yes. So change it to 8. Let's go into the block. Let's just override that method I deleted. So what was that? Get render type, I think. Block render type dot model is what I did. Okay, let's run again. Let this load up. Hopefully this will work this time. So why you use Patchouli? Patchouli? I'm using it for the books, so that I can have a book. I could probably write it myself now, but when I first started this mod, I had no idea how to do it. But since then, I've been working a lot with GUIs, and I think I could probably do it now. I haven't really done much with it. It's just like really basic stuff on there now anyways, so deleting it wouldn't really be a problem. It's not like it's setting me back, you know, miles. Let's make it a bit bigger. Oh no, it's crashed again. Oh, it's frozen. It hasn't crashed. There we go. Almost in. There we go. Okay, let's load into the world. It's probably going to crash again, I'm expecting, but hopefully the model should work this time, at least. So we should see a working model. Hopefully the GUI should work, but I'm guessing the GUI isn't going to work first try. We'll have to see about that. I'm almost certain the actual functionality won't work, because I probably messed something up there, especially because I got distracted halfway through, and this still doesn't work. Agitator facing north. Let's just check my block state here, since the item model's fine, isn't it? Yeah, so it must be the block state. Agitator. We don't have processing anymore. So we can actually get rid of these ones, right, those ones, and just get rid of the processing. I forgot I removed that. There we go, and we can just reload. That'll get us our model back. slowly but surely. Once it's loaded all the missing textures and all the missing models, then it should work. There we go. Now we have a model. Okay, when I open it, it still crashes. Well, it doesn't crash. Or did it crash? No, it did crash. Slot 8, not in valid range? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, slot 8 not in valid range. Why is it not telling me about the container here? I don't know, it's not saying anything about the container. It has crashed, yeah, okay, just checking that it did crash. So let's go to the container. Let's go ahead and see why this would be. So, it's got to be something to do with this index here. So the index is 3 plus row times 3. Can it just be row times 3? Row times 3 plus column? That will work, right? It doesn't need to be 3 plus, I don't think. Do you have that element? I forget how you say that element. I've never known how to say it in the game. I believe so. Yeah, I think I do. I don't have a texture for it, but I have the element in the game, yes. That should work, right? So if it's row 0, then it's just going to be 1, 2, 3. Then when it gets to row 1, it's going to be 3 plus 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, that's going to work. Oh, we need to add the output slot as well, don't we? So let's go to the GUI, paint.net. Let's go Agitator. Oh, interesting. Why is it? Why would that be? It shouldn't have gone anywhere. Open recent Agitator. There we go. Yeah, I need to add this slot right here. So that is 13355. This dot add slot, a new Agitator slot. They'll get inventory, index 7, position 13355, 133 and 55. So yeah, I do have the late elements, but obviously they don't do anything. And they're not going to really have a texture. Their texture is basically going to be a question mark, is what I'm aiming for, but I haven't done those yet. I haven't got that far with textures. I actually haven't got a new element texture in months, because I just haven't really been working on that. It's not really a priority. I literally do spend most of these time in streams just loading the game, because it takes so long to load. Which is really annoying. I wish there was a way that it would load faster. maybe if it cached certain bits, which I think it does. There we go. Just go ahead and load it up. There we go. Is it going to crash again? It isn't. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. So let's go ahead and add this to the lang. That won't take 5 seconds. And then let's figure out this progress bar before we go on. So container.turty chemistry dot agitator. Oh, need a comma there. Now this progress bar, well, that's loading. Let's try figure out what this progress bar is doing. So client screen. Let's load up the agitator. Okay. I see. Yeah, so we're just blitzing the full size of 24, which isn't what we want to do. We basically want to do this dot running time, or this dot container dot tile entity dot running time. I'm gonna have to look at this. So we use here this dot container dot get scaled progress. I think I'm gonna do that and just create that method. So we can just copy it from here basically. Close that. There we go. And oh, we have to terminate. That's fine. It's annoying, but it's fine. Why hasn't that updated? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try again. Load it up for another time. We're probably going to have to do this a lot more times. This isn't just going to be it, I don't think. It's quite sad, but what can I say? Oh, oops, I didn't realise I had my mic muted. I wasn't really saying much anyways, but yeah, I didn't realise I had my mic muted. Okay, so everything looks like it's working for. Oh, these slots are slightly off. And that's actually a really easy fix in the container. So we just want to change top to bottom to 35. And when I reopen it, okay, that works nice. Okay, so all I made the recipe as was water and lava. That's literally all I made it. So let's put in water, let's put in lava. Now the real question is anything going to happen? And it looks like it's not, right? And I think that's, oh yeah, that actually makes total sense. I'm just being an absolute, yeah, I'm so dumb. I'm actually really dumb. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get it from the slot, right? I'm just trying to get the fluid from the fluid slot, but I'm not putting the fluid in the fluid slot. So what I need to do, so none of this is ever being called, because basically what's happening is it is empty, right? Because nothing's been put in there. So what we need to do is if this dot gets item in slot 0, well, I suppose we can loop through all the slots, right? So for int slot is equal 0, slot is less than this dot size, and slot plus plus. Then we can basically do something like I suppose slot dot get size -1, so we don't do that final output slot as well. So what we want to do for that is just if this dot gets item in slot, slot dot gets item is instance of bucket item. Then we will create a bucket item. Bucket is equal this dot get item in slot, and cast that to a bucket. Okay, messing up my brackets a bit here. Okay, and then we can do bucket dot get fluid. Okay, so basically if bucket dot get fluid does not equal fluids dot empty, then we want to do this dot well, we also want to check that the this dot get fluid handler dot get get fluid in tank slot dot get amount. Well, I suppose, is there a, maybe is empty? Is empty, there we go. Hello Kevin Potter, welcome to the stream. At the moment I am coding the Agitator, which is just basically for mixing fluids. So we just put the buckets in and it outputs our fluid. So what we can do, if it's not empty, no, if it is empty, I mean, then we want to go ahead and put this dot get fluid handler dot fill, slot, and that will be bucket.getFluid, or I suppose a new fluid stack, or bucket.getFluid, and amount will be 1000. Not like that. No, stop doing that. Why are you not letting me put a comma there? Hello? Comma, please? Bruh. Eclipse is just being dumb. Fluid action.execute. I hate when Eclipse does this. It does do it every so often. It's really annoying. So you just want to put in 1000. Now that does actually mean, yeah, that is 1000. Okay, good. So that will fill the slot with the bucket, and then we want to do this .get inventory .set stack in slot 0 bucket dot I suppose just a new bucket, right? A new item stack of items.bucket. There we go. And not 0, just slot. Okay. Let's try this. Let's do a sysout here. Test. Let's just sysout test. Okay, so that's not passing. Let's sysout here. Okay, so what's not true? Okay, let's take these out. Oh no. Oh no. Shift click's not working. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that's okay. Right. That's okay. I hope. Let's just go into the electrolyzer. I think we should just be able to copy this transfer stack in slot method to the agitator, and then that should work. I think that's the issue. So let's run again, and hopefully it should work this time now that we have that correct thing. No, the print, it didn't cause that issue. It was because I tried to shift click it out and I didn't have the shift click method, so it just didn't understand. So what isn't right here? So if the bucket does not have an empty fluid and the fluid in that tank is empty, that's basically what it's checking. That should work. I think maybe at some point another fluid has gone in. I don't really know how that would happen though. Yeah, I'm not sure. Get fluid in slot. What is this? Fluid in tank, I mean. That returns a fluid stack. I'm not sure. We'll see. we'll if this doesn't get to this, what we'll do is we will print both this, and we'll also print this and see which one it's not happy about, because it's going to be not happy about one of them. It's probably not going to be happy. I doubt it's not going to not be happy about both of them. So we'll find out which one it's not happy about. I mean, we could potentially set a breakpoint as well, that would work, but I think breakpoint is just a bit messier than we need. We don't need it to be that messy. Okay, so we have the test again, which is obvious that should happen. Okay, let's open this. Right, I'm going to take these out. Let's break it. Now I'm going to put them back in. Okay, that worked. Now the question is it doing anything? I don't think so. Let's just do a quick sys out here. So while it's looping through all the slots, we just want to do that. That should tell me what's in each slot. Oh. It crashed. Now, did it crash because of what I just put in? Get fluid in tank. Okay, so it actually crashed because of that. Okay, so I think we actually need to do -2 on this. Yeah, because well, the size is 8, so we actually need to be -3. That will bring it down to 5. No, -2, and then that'll make it 6, and it will never get to 6. That's fine. Okay, let's run that. But then the issue is, it's not going to check that 6th slot, is it? That's fine for the moment. We'll have to change that later, because that's obviously not going to work in the long run, but right now that'll be fine because that's all we have. Now I think what the issue actually was to do that we're checking the map identically, so we're checking that the values are in the correct order as well. I think that's the issue we had the first time, because I put lava then water in the first time, and that second time I put water then lava. So I think in the JSON it goes water then lava, and I think that's partially the issue. Now I have just noticed that all we're doing is filling the slot, so I actually have no way of knowing that it's filled. So what I'm going to do instead is set it to the bucket of that. So let's just go down here. Let's create a bucket item. Item is equal to no, let's create. Do I have a bucket? No. What about in fluid in it? Brine block, brine flowing. I don't think I have a bucket. Do I? So I have the block. No, I don't have a bucket. So that's going to be partially an issue. yeah, I'm going to have to create a bucket for this so that I can actually test it. Or I could just make it output lava instead. For this purpose, I think that might be better. Or just make it do something if it gets to this output, really, is what we want to do, don't we? So, anything, I suppose. Actually, one thing we need to do here is we need to make sure this is all done server side. This is something I always forget to do, because you don't want logic running on both sides. You only need it to happen on one side, and almost always you want that one side to be server. So it can mark dirty on both sides, right? Okay, so here we have the fluid stacks, but that's not really telling us much here. We need to get the name, get display name, .get formatted text. Okay, so it is. I suppose we also need plus slot, maybe. Well, no. I accidentally saved it when I had an error. See? It's not happy. I don't know. It's just stopped printing it. I don't know what that's about. It's just seemed to cut out for some reason. Let's try again. So yeah, what my theory is, if I put lava... Why can't I open the GUI anymore? The game crashed or something? Play. Okay, there we go. So my theory is if I put in... Oh no, that did work. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work before then. Yes, that's not doing anything, is it? Okay. Let's remove that if statement, that sys out, I mean. Let's just go back to normal mode here. Okay, let's check if it equals. So sys out valid. It's not printing that. Okay. Okay. Let's sys out here. Not empty. Okay. Then let's sys out these two. So sys out that. And then sys out recipe map. Let's see if they're equal. Okay, so it's actually not getting to that for some reason. Huh. Is this going to be at all like Minechem? I've never played Minechem, so I cannot answer that for you. So maybe? Maybe not. So what I think it's saying here is that the recipes is empty. Wait, why is that? Okay, I don't know what that was about. I think, yeah. Let's sys out this .get recipes. So the recipes are empty. I think that's the issue here. So let's go So for some reason it's not finding this JSON, I assume. Let's go into here. Where's this used? I forget where I used this. Okay, so here. So I think what I need to actually do is do mod ID plus and then colon, because what is that taking? It's taking yeah, just a string. So I'm actually probably gonna have to reload for that. So let's just reload. Might have to actually reload the game for it though. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to reload the game. Sadly. Again. Okay, we'll let it load. See, this is like where if it was a video or something, you know, I would cut this part out because, you know, no one wants to see this. It's possibly the most boring part of like anything modding related. Even I get bored sitting here waiting for it, especially when you have to do it over and over and over again. It's really annoying, but eventually it does work. I think it would be significantly faster if I didn't have all those missing texture errors. Because it does actually take a while to print all of those missing texture errors. So I think if I got rid of those, it would be significantly faster. Also, loading into the world takes way longer than it needs to. It shouldn't need to take this long, really, to load into a world. Okay, there we go, and it's still empty. Okay. Interesting. Now, why is this? What's happening here? Let's see. This is a valid JSON, right? This is what it's looking for. Yep, I think so. So why? So data is the agitator data, name is the name of it. let's go here. Let's test out name. Okay, and let's remove this out here somewhere. There. Yeah, so there's literally nothing. So what if what else does this have access to? This function here? What does that do? That just gets the name of the manager. Okay. What else can we do? We can get a JSON object. That's not really going to help us at all. So we've got to figure out why that path isn't correct when it should be. So it's just mod ID Agitator. This is the assets. Assets. Bruh. Wait, it defaults to mod ID? And this is the name of the folder that the resource loader looks in. For example, assets, mod ID, and then folder. I do wonder, how does it get the mod ID? How does it know what the mod ID is unless I put that mod ID in? That's what I'm wondering right now. So maybe if I do assets, Turty chemistry, agitator, and then maybe /reload. Maybe that will work. I don't think it's going to work. But maybe I'm pretty sure we have to restart the game when we adjust that. But just in case the hot swap and reloading works, which I don't think it's going to, but just in case. No, I don't think it did, because that's done reloading now, right? Yeah. And it's still not printing anything in the tile entity. So we're going to have to reload the game again. Oh god, this is hurting me. This is really hurting me, having to reload the game so many times. I suppose meanwhile it's loading, I could look at whatever the hell this mine chem is. I mean, I've heard of it before. People have mentioned it to me before, but I've never looked at it. I suppose Feed the Beast wiki, maybe. It's not really loading, to be honest, is it? Okay, okay, so they have a bunch of molecules and stuff. Okay. They don't have much. They have some interesting things, like microscope. Does it actually work as a microscope? Probably not, right? Let's see, I suppose. So what does it do? Ah, that's actually kind of cool. There are some interesting things, I will admit. But it seems kind of pointless and lacking a lot. But maybe this wiki is just not fully done or anything. Okay, anyways, let's load in. Hopefully it's going to work. Still not printing anything. Great. Okay. This is the name of the folder that the resource loader looks in. I don't specify the mod ID in here anywhere, do I? No. Okay. We can do the hacky technique then of finding how this works. Of going github.com. Okay. And what we can look for is a new simple JSON. Oh no, that's my own. Oh, so it does know, right? Because it's my own. I didn't even realise it was my own. So string folder. Yeah, I mean I wrote this so long ago that I forget these things. I mean, it still doesn't know where my mod ID is, does it? Right. Vanilla has loads of these. For example, recipe manager. Where is this used? I assume it's used somewhere. Maybe. I'm not sure. So it looks like maybe. Okay, let's search Google for this. Okay, let's search for extends JSON reload listener. Okay, so here we go. We can see someone who's used this. I'm pretty sure this is the exact same one. Yeah, because they got it from someone called Commable is who we got it from. He basically just gives it to people. So let's see where they use it in this repository. That's not helpful. Maybe in here. Nope. Setup. Data. Data managers. I don't think so. In this repository. Nope. So it looks like they don't actually use that. So this isn't going to help me. Okay, let's go back. Okay, we have one here. Hopefully we can find this. So let's see where they use this in this repository. No one's using it, which is interesting. Because I am. Like, all these people have this class, but they're not using it. And it's throwing me off. Unless they maybe hard-coded it in here. Resource.get namespace. I don't think so. Unless GitHub's messing up and like not searching properly. Okay, let's look at another one. Crafting recipe listener. Button manager. Research manager. Okay, so there are a load. Let's have a look at this one maybe. So here they actually create the listener in this class. So the super string, let's have a look. That's the folder. Wait, I just realised. Hold up, this might still work. Because I realised I put it in the data. So if I move this to the assets, assets, and then we have the agitator there, and then if I reload, or it might need F3 and T, I'm not really sure. I think it should work this time. I don't think so. It's hard to know if it works because it doesn't say like, oh, reload done or something like that. Okay, let's try F3 and T because it is in assets and I'm thinking maybe F3 and T will fix it rather than /reload, but I'm not sure. Okay, I think there was actually an error about it there. Maybe. No, okay. I thought I saw an error about it, but apparently I didn't. I just imagined it. Okay, that still doesn't work. And I do know why, I think. I think that just needs to be agitator. So let's load the game again. Can't you make it say something in chat? I could do. Because I think... Yeah, might be able to. I think there is a reload method. I think. Maybe not. I thought I could reload it somewhere. I thought it let me reload it. Nope, not there. Sorry about that. My cat keeps coming through the window. It's really annoying. I thought I could reload it somewhere. I'm not sure how I can access that reload then. But there was somewhere where there was... what on earth are you doing? There was a reload method somewhere that I saw. Not sure where it was, but I can do it probably. I can probably use an event, I would guess. There must be a reload event or something like that, which I can use. So let's just go into our main class. Just make sure we've done this right, which we have. Just going to make sure we saved everything. Hopefully we'll get this right this time. I'm actually going to remove it from here. Yep. And also delete recipes.agitator, that can go as well. Okay, now I'm going to try an F3T. I don't think it's going to work. And then I'll try /reload as well, just in case, because I'm not sure which one does it. The fact that it's in assets makes me think that F3T will work, but the fact that it's recipes, or you know, that sort of thing, makes me think it's /reload. /reload doesn't take that long, so we should be able to see. I mean, I can kind of guess when the reload is done. I think it's once it's loaded the advancements. Yeah, it's normally the advancements that means it's done. Okay, so let's reload the game. I thought we might have to reload the game, obviously because we have changed this. Yeah, so here we add a reload listener, which means we have to wait. Yeah. Maybe we can do something about it here. Manager. No. Has resource. Agitator data dot. I'm not sure. Okay, let's run again. For the 9 millionth time. With some luck, it will work. I can close this GitHub now as well. And since I don't think that's really going to help me. Okay. I don't know if my computer's just bad or if it genuinely does take this long to load. I feel like it shouldn't take this long to load, so it's probably just my computer being really bad, because I do have a bad CPU. My CPU is probably at 100% right now. Yeah, it is. It's at 94%. Yeah, there you go. It's at 100. 99. It's not great. It's really not a good CPU. I am going to upgrade it at some point, but I've got to get a job first, so that won't be too soon. Probably after Christmas or something. Okay. Finally loaded, which means we can finally go in the world. And if we have our fingers crossed, we should be able to see it working. I mean, I'm not actually expecting it to work. I have a strong feeling that it's not going to work, purely because I think it would have already printed something, which it hasn't. But now the real question is, why hasn't it? Maybe I have to specify my mod ID? I don't really know. I'm just trying to see. It says assets mod ID folder. Let's go into here, okay? And then let's go into here and see what it does with this folder. So string folder. Okay, so it gets the resource location at the folder. That's all it does. And then, oh no, it gets all the resource locations at the folder. And then it just gets the JSONs. So if it ends with a JSON. So that's all it does. And this .folder is just a string. So I have a feeling we are actually going to have to put the whole path in there. I think we are going to have to do assets, or not assets, but Turty chemistry, colon, agitator. And I'm going to reload because I know it's not going to work without reloading, which is annoying. I wish these sort of things were reloadable, but they're not, because, you know, they load during client init. So if it loads on client, actually no, that loads when the world loads. Actually, that just loads, yeah, that loads when the world loads. Interesting. So maybe I could just load a new world. Theoretically, that's what you would think, right? I think I might just be able to load a new world. If so, that's revolutionary. That's going to save me so much time. Well, assuming that it doesn't work this time. If it doesn't work this time, then it's going to save me loads of time. If it works this time, then it's not going to save me any time, because I've already wasted all the time. So in a way, I'm hoping... Well, no, I am hoping it works this time. But if it doesn't, then that's not too big of a deal, because then we do know we can just use a new world. Though I do assume... Actually, now I think of it, that's called in the constructor. So that's only going to happen in the first world you load into. Darn it. Darn it. Slightly annoying. To be honest, it might... No, never mind. Actually, it might be worth loading up several instances of the game. And because this only happens when the world first loads, it means that I can hot swap this. Nope, still nothing. Darn it. We are still printing something, aren't we? Yeah, we're sissing out the name. Why? Why though? That's what I want to know. I'm really wondering if I'm going to have to specify assets. Okay, 1 second. I'm just going to ask on a Discord. Okay. I'm going to have to ask because I don't know. Okay. Okay, so what have I put? I put this. Okay. Meanwhile I'm waiting for a reply on that, I'm once again going to go onto GitHub and just see if I can find anything else. Actually thinking of going on Commable's GitHub, because he's the person that actually gave me the simple JSON reloader thing. Now, what mod did he show that it was from? Maybe, if I had to guess, I would say it was Tubes Reloaded, but I don't know. Let's have a look. That's 1.16 though. 1.15.2 C. Okay. Client. Is it client? Client event handler? It might not even be this mod, to be honest. Let's search for a simple JSON reloader. That's what it was called, right? Simple JSON reloader? Oh no, it was simple JSON data manager. Because I should be able to find his class on here. No, not this repository. All of GitHub. There's only 9. So this is probably everyone that's used his simple JSON reloader. Okay, so here it was. It was on Mondo book. Yeah, that's right. I remember that now. So he just puts Mondo books. Now, where is his Mondo books? Let's see. I need to know where this is used. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I meant Mondo books, like that. I'm getting confused here. I don't know why, because it shouldn't be that confusing. Okay, resources, assets, Mondo book. and then it goes straight to Mondo Books. So what mine should be is just Agitator, but that didn't work. Okay, so I have been told that just Agitator should work, because apparently by registering it here, it automatically gets my mod ID. So let's go back. Let's see how he registers it. Maybe I'm registering it wrong. I think that's entirely possible. So it's right here. Book data. So then if I search for book data, we can see that is used in the client event handler. Here. So that has subscribed to client events, which is basically what I have. I'm actually going to move this over to my other screen, so apologies that you can't see what I'm looking at. So that just takes in, and no, it doesn't do anything. It does this, okay, and then it does check that iReloadable resource manager, and then it gets the reloader like that, and then it just adds a reload listener. Now, where is this method being called? Subscribed client events in this repository. It is called somewhere slightly different to where mine is. So he uses a dist executor, which is probably better. So let's go to my constructor. So instead of this, basically going to do that and call onClientInit. I suppose I should call Turty chemistry.onClientInit. Okay, so I'm going to have to reload again for that, aren't I? Okay, so yeah, by default it looks like it goes in assets or data and then anything and then agitator like this. So whether it goes in assets or data depends on what resource loader you register it to. I'm very confused right now. I don't think they understand anything I'm trying to say. I I think I actually need to use a data loader, not an asset loader, because I'm trying to get it server side. Okay, let's try this anyways. Hopefully it'll work. Oh, that crashed. Okay. Why? Agitator tile entity? So it crashed on getting the value? What? Okay, 3 can be null though. So can you not put null? Right, yeah, you can't put null on the map, can you? So because this is null, okay, wait, hold up. That does mean it found it, right? Yeah, okay, good. It found Turty chemistry test. Okay. Okay, so if it's null, I need to not put it in there. So you can't do in Java. Wait, in Java you can't do like I just want to know that you can't do this. So that new one, I suppose, just fluids.empty. You can't do that, can you? No. Darn it. That's annoying. Okay. So I'm going to have to check that it's not null. See, I have it as nullable. I suppose I shouldn't have it as nullable. I think I could probably do some better stuff in here. So instead of these getters, maybe I can delete those. Okay, and in here instead, I can just create something like a private map of integer string, or integer string. Maybe use the ternary after it. Oh yeah, I could do. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that for some reason. Let's go back to that then. Okay, so if we want to basically check if this is equal to null, the issue is if it is null, then we want to do fluids.empty, right? But if it's not, we want to do the same thing. So these are going to be kind of long. I suppose that's my only option though, right? I mean, in no way is it ideal, but it will work. I can format this afterwards because currently this is just going to have horrible formatting. Input fluid 4, input fluid 5. I just want to get it working. That's currently my main priority here. So, oh yeah, it crashed, didn't it? Okay, let's run again. Why are you 30 wordy now? Okay, I suppose I should explain this. So basically what happened, what happened is in my Discord server, I accidentally typed 30 worthy, but I don't really know how you actually meant to say it, but I accidentally typed that in my Discord server. I don't remember why. I meant to type Turty wordy, but I don't remember why I meant to type that either. And I accidentally typed that thing, and basically someone said how many reactions on that message, or how many star reactions on that message to get that to be my name. And me being stupid, I said only 15. Didn't think it would reach 50 for some reason. Bear in mind this was in a general channel, it wasn't even in like a commonly used like help channel or anything. And it reached 15, so I had to change my name. It's only for 10 days though, that was the bet, so it will be reverted soon enough anyways. Yeah, hopefully this will work this time. I mean, this is horrible. I want to change it in the actual, well, I will change it in the actual Agitator data. Oh, it crashed again. Great. What? I see. So basically what's happening is it doesn't have that, does it? So like where it's doing this right here, it's returning null. Okay. What's the empty fluid? Let's go just fluids class. What is empty? Okay, it's just empty. So what if I do for all of these, if it equals null, then we'll do fluids or Minecraft : empty. Else we can just do input fluid. Does that work? That does work. Okay, so I'm going to do that for all of them. Five. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2. And I suppose we can do it for this as well. And this can just be output fluid. And we can just do the same for the gases. Output gas 2, output gas 1. Okay, and then that just means, oh, I don't know what I just closed. Did I close an OK thing to close? I think so. So that just means I can go back to what I had in here originally. Now, if I run the game, an eternity later, I knew that I would have to do that during this stream. I knew that I would be constantly reloading the game. It's annoying, but we can't do anything about it. Yeah, I mean, I knew that because I knew I would have loads of problems with getting those. Yeah, I knew I would have loads of problems with getting those recipes to load properly. Because that's basically all the issues we're having right now. Everything else isn't really an issue. The only issue is getting those recipes to load properly. And I knew that's what it would be like. You know. But it's dealable. It's dealable. Slowly loading. Oh. Meanwhile that's loading, I'm just gonna have to close the windows. It's getting cold. Okay. Just load into the world. Joining world. As you can see, it's now spamming this. That is something we'll have to remove. Now, hopefully, what did we tell it to do when it does this? We didn't actually tell it to do anything. So let's get it to do something. Let's see here. So where's this out? Let's just get rid of that real quick. Okay, there we go. So let's do a sys out here. Or I suppose just here. Sys out valid. Okay, so instantly we notice it's not valid. Let's try just sysing out here. Okay. So let's sys out the two maps. Sys out that, and then \n. So it's a new line, and then let's sys out that. Oops. Oh god. How can we... so I suppose we can just look at it here, can't we? So let's grab this. Okay, let's go to let's just go to Notepad. Okay, let's pop it in here. Let's see what's happening. So we have 0 is lava. Okay, I see the issue. So it has a different address. So we might have to use our own equals sort of thing. Because it's saying they're different fluids when they are actually just the same fluid. So these are both sources, right? Okay, and then it goes to water at 1. Oh, this has water. Okay, let me just try something here. Okay, let's delete that. Also, I am noticing it doesn't drop the buckets. I'm fully aware of that. So let's put the water in, and let's put the lava in. Okay, and let's just pause the game. Okay, and let's put that in Notepad. Okay, so water 0, and then lava 1, and then empty fluids for the rest. So water 0, lava 1, empty fluids for the rest. So why are those not equal to each other, is my question. Or is it now equal? Now that I've changed that, is it now equal? Yes, it is. Okay. So it's now equal. Let's sys out this.running time. Okay, so this isn't updating. That is something I am noticing. Okay, now before that does it, I just want it to do something here. Let's poggers. Let's sys out poggers. Okay. And keep going to 400, or did I set it to 500? Might have set it to 500. Okay, so it now has lava in it. Or at least it should have lava in it. Let's try this. Let's do this dot get handler, or get get handler, get inventory. I mean, dot set stacking slot 7, and let's set that to a new item stack of items dot lava bucket. Okay, let's just clear this block. Let's grab water, let's grab lava. Okay, I'm just seeing if this is actually going to work. It should do. So let's put water in. Let's put lava in. And we can now take those buckets out. And it does keep running. Let it get all the way up. All the way up to 500. It gave us a lava bucket. Nice. Now, the real question is, Why is it not drawing a fluid here? So let's go to client screen. Okay. Let's go to the Agitator screen. Let's sys out this. Oh, I see. We're not calling draw fluids anywhere. So we need to call that in the render method. So maybe it doesn't have the fluid anymore. Let's clear that. Let's grab water and lava. I'm really quickly just going to set it to something different, so 250. Okay. Put these in. Now it only needs to go up to 250 this time. So we're at 200, 250. It put lava in, but this hasn't done anything. Now the question is why? Why hasn't it done anything? Let's sys out this scaled height here. It says it's 0. Let's sys out fluid.getAmount. Okay, so fluid, it gets fluid in tank 5. And I think it's some client server stuff here which is causing the issue, if I had to guess. So what we're going to want to do to fix that, well, first let's store the running time. That's a simple thing to do. So compound, oh dear, compound get int running time, and we can set that to this dot running time. Okay, and then we can do, what on earth, why does it keep doing that? We can do compound dot put int, and that takes in running time, and now we list dot running time. Now, does that still do the same thing? It does. Okay. Interesting. But it does have the correct fluid in there, does it not? So if I go, let's just remove this from being sysouted. Okay, let's go up to here. Let's sys out this dot get fluid handler dot get fluid in tank 5 dot get display name dot get formatted text air. Interesting. Why is the fluid called air? That's the real question. So get output fluid. It's saying to set that to, let let me see, what did I do in the JSON? It's saying to set that to Turty chemistry brine. Let me just check that's what I called it in fluid in it. So core, no, core init fluid in it. Maybe I didn't call it brine. I don't think I did, so I called it brine still. So if I go in here now and call it Turty chemistry brine still, and I now, well, first I need to F3 and T. Okay, and then I'm going to break it, replace it, and do the whole process again. So lava, water, water in, lava in. Let's just watch it go all the way up to 250, and hopefully it should change to our brine. Hopefully. Nope, it's still air. Huh. Interesting. Maybe I had to reload and not just refresh. Let's try reload and then do it again. Just give it a second. Okay, there we go. Water, lava. And 250. Nope, it's still air. Strange. Very strange. Very strange. Let's just do here sysout output fluid. Okay. And let's get rid of all of these other sysouts. Well, I say all of these, there's only 2. Okay, so we're going to run again. Hello Figment, welcome to the stream. We're just having a few issues here, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so it did output lava, nothing happened. Let's pause just real quick. Did it maybe print something different? It printed null. Output fluid 1. Oh, it's not output fluid 1, it's output fluid. I see. I see. That makes sense. So, let's once again load back in. Let's F3 and T, and let's also reload as well, just in case. I'm not sure which one it is. I might have to actually reload the game for it to work. Hopefully I don't, but I might have to. Okay. We can know when it finishes reloading, when it starts spamming the air again. Yep, like that. Put the water in, put the lava in. After 250 ticks, we should see a lava bucket pop up. Okay, and brine steel. Okay, here we go. Now, okay, this is good, this is good. So let's remove that sys out. Okay. Now where is it actually printing this from then? Where is it printing the name of the fluid? Tick line 106. Ah, okay. Okay. So now the issue is purely just our screen not picking it up. So, I'm just wondering, do we actually want to store any fluid in there? Yeah, I think we do. So let's go here. Let's sys out fluid. Let's see what it gets for that. Fluid.get name. Get sure, registry name. Minecraft empty. Interesting. Now, is that because we're doing all the logic server side? Like if I remove this if check right here, does it still get empty? It still has empty. This is interesting. I'm not sure why this is. Why is it not picking it up on here? IntelliJ does have hot reload. Yeah, it definitely has hot reload. Because this is saying it's empty. On the client it's saying it's empty. But if I do that sys out here on the server, it tells me it's not empty. So the issue is with actually getting it on the client. I might have to ask in Discord again. Oh, I've asked this server so much stuff today. I feel really bad for asking again. Like, I've literally asked them so many things and then normally fixed it directly after I've asked them, so I basically just spam the chat. Unintentionally, of course. Okay, actually. Okay, 1 second. Let's go to github.com/blue sunrise /immersive engineering. Let's just see what immersive engineering does here for the fluid, getting the fluid on the client side. So if we go to GUI, okay, let's have a look. So what takes in a fluid, or what renders fluids? What was it last time that we looked at? We looked at the squeezer, didn't we? Okay, so here somewhere, tile.getMax energy, that just does tile.tanks 0. So what is the tile? Tile, and tile is equal to container.tile. So they're just getting it directly from the tile. So let's see if I can find if they're maybe doing anything with that, maybe. So blocks, question mark? No, wait, maybe, yeah. What would it be? Maybe generic? I suppose I can just search squeezer, can't I? Squeezer recipe, squeezer, recipe, screen, container, tile entity, there we go. Okay, and that gets it from the tanks, which we can see right here is a fluid tank array. Now, do they do any sort of like special server-side syncing? So they have this here, which is the client-side code. No, they still do everything server-side. I'm just wondering how they're syncing this. Okay, I'll leave that with them, and they'll come back to me at some point in the future. Okay, so what I kind of want to do while it's doing that is I basically want to figure out how I can compare the fluids correctly. Because what I'm doing now is I'm checking the specific slots, and that's not necessary. Or I'm not checking specific slots, but like right here, I'm checking if the map is the same. Now maybe they have special equals method. No, I don't think so. Oh, I meant, oh no, what have I done? Equals. Save. Resume. Oh, it crashed. Darn it. Oh, darn it. Yeah, that's what I thought it would crash on. the compiler failed. Darn it. Slightly annoying. So yeah, I'm going to Google this. Java compare maps. Compare two maps. Unordered. Maybe. Comparing unordered list. I don't think that's really what I want. Map.equals is sort of what I want. But obviously it's not quite what I want, because obviously it doesn't touch order. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to fix that. Also, we do need to fix this. I need to figure out how I can get a bucket with any fluid in it. So I was just wondering if I can maybe do like items.bucket dot oh, it's not a bucket item, so that wouldn't work. I mean, can I do a new bucket item? I can't, right? Oh, okay, that didn't work. A new item.properties. I don't think that's going to work because it's not registered. So, in fact, I'm not even going to try and do that. That's not going to work. I'm going to have to create my own bucket, which I suppose isn't too much effort. I'll just go do that right now, I suppose, while I'm waiting. So I'm going to close tabs to the right. Okay. And I want to go into init, item init, all the way down to the bottom. Public static final registry object, and I'm going to call that well, this will be a bucket item. Brine underscore bucket is equal to items.register. Brine underscore bucket. A new bucket item. Fluid init dot brine underscore steel dot get. And for the builder, just properties dot max stack size 16. There we go. And then just go into my fluid init and do dot bucket item init dot brine bucket dot get. There we go. So now back in the tile entity, I can do item init dot brine bucket dot get. Okay, let's try that. Let's go ahead and run. And I can close this now. Don't need that anymore. I'm probably going to end the stream soon. It is, you know, midnight. Okay, finally the game has loaded. Hopefully this should work. But I don't know if it will. Alright, here we are. Now first I'm actually going to check if the bucket exists, which it should do. Yep, there it is. And does it actually place the fluid? It does. Okay, good. That was very important that I checked that. Okay, let's grab ourselves a lava bucket and a water bucket. I said those the wrong way. Whoa! Hello! Okay, well that is something to take note of. Why? Actually, did it do that? I think it's because I reloaded the world that it maybe understood it. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to fix the positioning of that. Screen, agitator screen. Okay, let's figure out why it's drawing it wrong. X is 154. Should work. I don't know why that was actually so weird. Okay, but let's put water in, lava in, and let it. I also don't know why this isn't working. It's kind of concerning. So yeah, that put it in. Now, if I leave the game and join back, I think it should show the fluid because it updates. Just a bit of lag. Okay, interesting. Interesting. What if I try that? Okay, that works. And then the Y will be the same thing. Pog. Okay, that works. Okay, so it looks like... so what I'm being told is that containers are built for syncing slots that hold item stacks and ints. So we're going to have to manually sync it. It does run, reload, change classes. Do you really have to do that? I didn't think you have to do that. I thought it just did it automatically. Oh no, maybe that was yeah, never mind. Yeah. Yeah. You can install a what are they called? Why is this name just gone out of my head? You can install something, a hot swapping agent. You can install a hot swapping agent, and it will automatically hot swap without you having to do it. And B, you can hot swap like classes and methods and variables and stuff, which is really cool. Now, while we're waiting for an answer here, we can go ahead and I suppose do the tooltip right there. So let's go ahead and let's go to the Electrolyzer screen. Let's copy the tooltip method, render tooltip. Okay. we have to terminate. That's fine. Now where is this called? I forget. Render tooltip. It is called down here in the render method, so it just calls this.render tooltip. Okay. In the render method, this.render tooltip. Actually, I just noticed. Where's my render tooltip? Okay, there. This needs to be done before we do these. In the background, basically. Now the text is going to be this.container.tileEntity.get fluid handler .get fluid in tank 5. Then we have the mouse X, the mouse Y, and then we have the X left, the X right, the Y top and the Y bottom. So the X left will be 153 and the X right will be 167. The Y top will be 12 and the Y bottom will be 58. I think. Wait, no, it won't. It'll be 13 plus 57, 60. Okay, and here we want to do get display name. No, not get display name. We want to get translation key. And then we can do a new translation text component. Just like that. .get formatted text. Okay, so now if we run again, we should see that will work. Now let's just go into the container right here. So container, electrolyzer container. No, not electrolyzer, the agitator. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm actually going to need to track the running time. So track int a new functional int reference holder. The getter will be this.tileEntity .get running time. That's a consumer, of course, and then this will be this.tileEntity : set running time. There we go. And open that back up. Bruh. There are some funny things going about on Discord. Okay, so the game's almost loaded. And now we'll load the world. obviously it's going to work even though it's not synced, because it syncs when you reload the world or reload the game. Okay, so when we open it now, it's not rendering it again. Oh god, why is it not rendering it now? And why was it rendering it before then? I don't understand. It's now no longer rendering that. Interesting. Yeah, let's call that after the super. Okay, yep, there we go. I think if we actually draw that in the background, the foreground I mean, so here, if we draw that there, then we don't need to do these GUI tops and lefts. Yeah, there we go. So it will give me that. Now I do need to go into the lang apparently and just fix up that name. Let's go assets lang. Okay, and we'll just do down here fluid.turty chemistry.brine. What is it? Brine underscore still. And that will just be brine. So now obviously if I reload, it will say brine. Voila. And we can also just do the lang for this. So item.turty chemistry .brine underscore bucket of brine, and that will work. And then we need to do the model for that. Oops, I didn't mean to close the game. I don't know why I just closed the game. That's that's pretty annoying. No. Okay. Brine underscore bucket. Let's open that up. Brine underscore bucket. Okay, and then we can just make a texture for that. So maybe bucket underscore water. Does that exist? Or is it water underscore bucket? I'm not sure. I'll just find it myself. That'll be quicker. Textures, item, bucket. Let's open water bucket, open with paint.net. Ka-chow. And let's also file open from our mod, or my mod, blocks, brine overlay. Okay, and we just want to select this area right there, make it a new layer, think I need to make a new layer on here. Select that layer on here, copy it over and paste it on there. Yeah, there we go. And let's just make sure this is completely completely opaque, of course, because we don't want, you know, see-through fluid there. Okay, and then let's go GUI, back to items, and this can be bucket underscore brine, or is it brine underscore bucket? I'm going to keep forgetting this. Resources, assets, models, item, brine underscore bucket. Okay, brine underscore bucket. Save. Close that. Don't save. Let's go ahead, refresh. There we go. It seems that I have stumped MMD. It seems that they do not know how to actually sync. How to go ahead and sync the thingy, my bobby. How to sync fluids, which is quite annoying, to say the least. I'll probably figure it out off stream tomorrow. I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow either. Maybe. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow, because I do need to get a video out, which I haven't done in a while. So let's go ahead, load up the game. Hopefully this will, you know, it'll be a bucket, at least look like a bucket. Obviously the recipe isn't the most realistic thing, you know, water and lava doesn't give you brine, that was just temporary. It'll actually have to be water and like salt or something. I haven't really decided that yet. Okay, and it's not responding. Okay, yeah, now it's responding. Okay, there we go. Now if we just load this up. Then hopefully it should work. So, we'll obviously just check. There we go, it is responding. And we have our bucket of brine. Bucket of water doesn't say bucket of water, does it? It just says water bucket. So maybe we should rename that to brine bucket, and not bucket of brine. And bucket of brine kind of makes more sense, but I suppose Minecraft don't go like that. So it's called just brine bucket. And if I reload just really quickly, that should work. And then I'm probably actually going to end the stream if this works, since I can't really progress anymore without being able to sync that thing, and it is 1 AM. So yeah, there we go, brine, and we got a brine bucket which places our brine fluid. So yeah, let's just double check that it hasn't somehow fixed itself or something. So let's place it down, water in, lava in. Okay, yeah, the progress bar now does work because we are syncing that. So we're basically going to have to create our own functional int reference holder, but for fluids. So yeah, as you can see, that says air. Yeah, stopping at 4 hours, I know, but you know, it's kind of late, and for all I know, I might be woken up quite early tomorrow, because some noisy stuff happens outside my house in the morning, which normally wakes me up. So yeah, it works, apart from this, of course. I'm just going to give it a quick shot at trying to do it. I don't think I'm going to be able to. So let's go into the agitator. Okay, let's look at this track-int method. So it uses an int reference holder. So what I basically need is a fluid reference holder, right? Let's copy this. Okay. Let's create a class for this. So core util, create a new class. Let's call this it's going to be final. We're going to call it a fluid handler reference holder. Okay, let's just rename type. Okay, so here we can create data, value. Let's rename that to index and index. Value and value. Now obviously we need something other than an int array, so let's create a new interface, and let's call this an fluid handler array. Okay, there we go. Now this is going to take in an fluid handler. Wait, no. What did we call it? Let's go to the tile entity real quick. We got a fluid stack handler. Okay, so let's go in here. A fluid stack handler. Okay, and let's just copy this name. Okay, and that will take in a fluid stack handler array. Fluid handler reference holder, yep, that's fine. And data.set. Why is it not liking that? Because it's an int. So it needs to be a fluid stack handler. There we go. Value. This not the last known value, that needs to be a fluid stack handler. Fluid stack handler, fluid stack handler, fluid stack handler. Value. Okay, that should work. Okay, so let's create a new class. Let's call this a functional fluid handler reference holder. Okay, and I can just basically copy my functional int reference holder. That's actually going to be my newest longest class name. Fluid handler reference holder. So I'm going to need some different suppliers here. So I think I can just use a supplier of a fluid stack handler instead. And a consumer of a fluid stack handler. And a consumer. And then a fluid stack handler. Get. There we go. Again, I'm basically going to need my own track int method and my own track int array method. So let's just make those. Fluid stack handler and track fluid stack handler. This might not even work. I mean, oh wait, that's not right. I meant a fluid stack reference holder. that not what it was called? Change to fluid handler reference holder. Oops, I actually named that wrong then. Tracked int reference. Tracked int references. What happens with these? Where do they change? There and in detect and send changes, so I'll need my own detect and send changes as well. This shouldn't be too bad, actually. This really shouldn't be too bad. Okay, and we'll call this fluid handler reference holder. Tracked fluid handler references. Tracked fluid handler references. Let's add holder, I'll call it. And then we want to track a fluid handler array. We're not even using this one, but I think it's just going to be for utility purposes. So a fluid handler, what did we call it? We called a fluid an I fluid handler array. This dot track fluid stack handler. Okay, there we go. Again, we need to override detect and send changes. So right here, it's also used somewhere down here in the update progress bar. I'll need to override that too. Now, we actually can't access the listeners, so we might have to AT that. Right? So I'm actually just going to call this reference holder. The issue is that takes in an int. So I would need my own container listener. Oh, that's a pain, that's a pain. Yeah, I can't do that. I mean, that's called in here. So if I AT this listeners field, okay, let me just check what I need to do for that. So MCP listeners 1.15. Oh god. container.listeners, there it is. Okay, so basically what I want in the AT is this, and that will just make it public. And obviously I need to rerun for that. I'm just trying to think, can I use a different method? So it's used in some screens. So screens are iContainer listeners. Only if it implements iContainer listener. Okay. Where else is it used? I have a container listener? Question mark? I didn't know I had that. Anyways, where did I use it in here? It doesn't do anything. They're not doing anything with this, are they? No, they're not. I'm just wondering what's the purpose of this. Okay, well what I can do, or at least I can try, here is use a fluid stack handler. But the issue is that's an override. This is a pain. This is a real pain. So it's used in the server player. So we're basically going to need our own packet here. A new S window property packet. And instead of sending an int, we're going to have to, oh god. But how are we going to write a handler? How are we going to write a fluid handler? Oh no, we can serialize and deserialize to MBT, can't we? And from there we could read it. God, this is going to be horrible. Okay, I'm going to leave this here. And I'm going to end the stream. Because this is getting quite insane. And yeah, I don't really know what's happening anymore. So, yeah, I'm just going to let this refresh. And then I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. So once again, if you guys do enjoy these streams, please do be sure to, leave a like and tell me. Otherwise, I don't know if you do enjoy the streams or not. Hopefully, I'll be doing a stream tomorrow. Where I will already have this all done and dusted and out of the window and won't have to touch it ever again. Hopefully. So yeah, I'm going to end it now. Obviously, if you don't like these streams, please do be sure to tell me that you don't like them. It's very helpful to know if people like them or if they don't like them. So yeah, I suppose I'll see you guys in the next stream. Goodbye.